Welcome to episode 20. So, still doing the Hobo to Hero thing. Still sitting with Sarawak United here in Malaysia. And I guess I had a few minutes last night to reflect on this or that. First of all, though, we will need to get through the match versus Bukit Tambun. And afterwards, we will probably do some tactical tinkering. So, that's a plan for today. Also, I guess we should play Tsideal at some point, given that he's devastated, because we don't give him the opportunity to show what he can do. So let's do that. Don't want to alienate another player, given that Aris will retire anyway. I'd rather keep him though. Well, what can you do? Also, we lost a ton of players and transfer windows open, so there's that. We might lose a few others. Hopefully we don't, but not sure about that. So we'll bring a right back. We have no central defender whatsoever available. That's no good. In particular, we might also lose Ismavi. I kind of forgot about all of that since yesterday, so I guess we need additional central defenders too. And well, the under-21s doesn't look that great. These are trialists, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're rubbish though. He's around, might as well play him. 17-year-old, I'm not convinced really. Why are they in here anyway? They belong in the under-19s. Same as him. I guess this is the new signings. Dead or... No, they just are available for this squad, I think. For some weird reason. Why ever that happened. Can we make them unavailable? Apparently not. Not sure what's going on here. This is off to a great start. It starts with confusion. Ugh. Also, with sneezing. Great stream. Oh, hopefully that's better. Alright, going back to Football Manager, I guess we can also play one of the others in a role they are unfamiliar with. It's not great, but why won't we do that? At least so everybody gets their playing time. That might be a thing. I don't know. Wait. Oh yeah, we lost Jaya Ceylon. So we do not have a right winger anymore, other than Baru. There is one in the under-21s though. Let's have a look at that. Also, there's a decent goalkeeper down here. Sure. I kept thinking about Mohammad though. And I'm thinking we're gonna promote him to the senior squad, not doing anything else with the right winger position. We might have had an offer for an inside forward though. So Mohammad might be up here for a match or two, and afterwards we will just lose him to the under-21s again. But for now, he can come along. Match is today, so we need a solution for today. I probably shouldn't have promoted him to the senior squad. Anyway, it is what it is. And for the rest of them, well, we need a central defender. There's none available. Do we bring along Roslan? He has no idea how to do this, does he? He's 1.71 m and has 6 points of jumping reach. For Malaysia, that's good enough. Congratulations, you've been promoted to central defender all of a sudden. He's bad at this, isn't he? Well, he is a defender, so that might work. And the rest of them, they are a bunch of new people. In particular, this one. I realized that he's pretty good, apparently, but I think I'll leave him at home for now. Maybe want to see about Taib. Nah, Taib trains well. No reason to leave him at home. Not today, anyway. So, we'll do that. Come to think of it, morale is pretty lackluster. So, you know what that means. That said, team cohesion just improved a little bit. So, just due to the fact that some players left. I think a smaller squad is in general is to be favored. So, we should go for that in the future. For example, that might include getting rid of one of the goalkeepers or something. I'm not sure if they would agree with that. So usually I should go do some morale management here. He didn't play recently. Training rating isn't good enough. Let's at least do the training. I really don't want to talk for 5 hours to every single player again. So we'll do that. Rochili doesn't train well. Neither does Sophie. Him. No, he's annoyed, isn't he? Great. Mohammad just got promoted to the senior squad. Apparently he doesn't like being given a target. He's 33. I will not criticize this. Hasnan, on the other hand, he is much younger. So let's criticize this immediately. And we'll do the other way here too. I think Killeen is not even on the bench. He does deserve to be around the squad though. Yeah, Killeen is left out. That's not fair. Maybe we'll leave Roslan at home after all. He's retiring. Let's bring Killeen. And somebody will need to do the central defending in case it's needed, but... Hey, Carrier is still around and he trains well, so let's give him a try. Maybe the central defenders will make it through the entirety of the match, who knows. Choo Choo trains well. In fact, I had a look at Choo Choo. I will probably switch the training here. Let's have a look at that immediately. I said I wanted to do it later, but it looks like inverted winger is not an appropriate role for him. And I think this is mainly due to the fact that his passing and long shots are pretty bad, same as his vision. Now, for some absurd reason, inside forward works better, because it uses his flair and anticipation. At least according to this. So maybe we can accommodate an inside forward in our tactic in the future. So I will switch his training to inside forward and go all the way with this. Obviously, hi Mies, welcome back to the stream. Obviously, he still needs to improve in passing as well as vision. So, and also the long shots, the finishing. He's no good at this, but he has flair. So, this shifts him a little bit more towards creator in the squad and less towards worker, I think. So, I will go towards passing here. I also thought about advanced playmaker in this role, for example, but his passing's just so bad, so that doesn't make much sense. In general, though, I think this is akin to the role that we expect him to play in the future. And well, it depends a bit if we can keep him. Like, I'm talking about stuff here, but he might get poached because he's on a non-contract. So, what do I know? Might not be around in the future. How's your Chinese safe going, Mies? Did you continue since yesterday? Let's go, let's do this. Apparently we should play through the middle. I do not agree at all with that. Place in this formation. Okay. Alright. Well, in that case, good luck with it in case you do it at some point. Oh! There's a ton of players here that are all on a heavy match load. I forgot about that. So that makes it much more complicated, I guess. Alright, Tape trained well, so he might replace Thomas. That's not bad. He is very unused to being a Shadow Striker there. Probably because we don't train him for it. So we'll go with that. Where's Thomas? We did set it up for him though. Alright, next. Well, Mr. Test doesn't belong there, so that's not surprising. Baru is under heavy load, and well, we could play Mohammad here. But Mohammad himself, he's tired after last match in the under 21, so probably not. We could play Harsi for Chuchu. There is some sense to that, I think. Harsi is somewhat in acceptable shape. Apparently he's a consistent performer. Let's have a look at the form. That's not consistent. That's absurdly good, actually. Okay, so what did you watch? And I guess what's the lesson learned is what I'm going for. Sophie as a ball-winning midfielder. It's not like we have much of a choice here. The other one plays central defender all of a sudden. So Sophie will need to continue there, that, or we play Suleiman. And well, Suleiman is not a good ball-winning midfielder. Anything to, I don't know, did you come up with something that might be useful for this stream too? I guess is the question I'm going for. Something I need to change. And I think we need a rest. Because the replacements are trash. So not going there. Okay, well. That's a lesson I can accept. Personally. But on the other hand, it's no big news to me. So, I don't know. I wouldn't want to overinterpret that. Sometimes they also sound smart and they aren't, so be careful with that. We know absolutely nothing about Isal. Amran's passing is really bad. First touch is pretty good though. Long shots are pretty good. This is a weird setup for a player. He's fast, he can take a shot, he just can't pass the ball. For whatever reason. He has some vision though. Great. This left back is not good accelerating actually. Dribbling's pretty low. First touch is decent though. I have a hard time coming up with stuff here. Is there something that we should ignore? His passing is 7, that's not horrible. His passing is 9, that's pretty dangerous. His passing is 3. So I would argue, do not mark him tightly. That I can go for. Well, I think same. I have no idea about football tactics in general. Given that I played this game for 10 years, I still know jack shit about football. I'm trying to learn, but I really have a hard time with that. Basically, I'm still I'm still somewhat fed up with the basics. Actually, At least the crossing didn't go to whip crosses for now. But these all... they have pretty lackluster jumping reach, same as our striker, so I'm not sure if I want to set up anything in particular. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. And to be fair, it is the explanation in Football Manager sometimes is missing some context. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is an away match. We still do attacking for some reason. We want an improvement. And I will go with cautious encouragement here for the rest of them. One of these points is, for example, that I should look into the individual player's state. I guess the mental state. Okay. So what did you learn? They're all good. Mr. Test doesn't care. He's annoyed that he plays as a striker. Which makes sense. I wouldn't like playing out of position either. So, what's there to learn about counter-attacking? I guess you need passing options and somebody needs to attack the space. And usually it should be more than one person. Because otherwise, you are pretty easy to figure out. Also, counter-attacks are probably more likely to be successful if there's somebody that can play a pass in deeper positions. Okay. So there's more of an emphasis on moving the ball forward. Yeah, that makes sense. But the mentality really, how do I put this? The mentality might influence, well, a few things. I guess the structure in general. Is it a more structured approach? So with more of a separation between the different roles from a mentality perspective? Or is it more of a fluid approach? So, positive being closer to balanced, I think it's more of a fluid approach, if I'm not mistaken. Not bad, Ankern. Nice shot. Also, this pitch is horribly wide. There's a ton of space there for wingers. For some reason. That went nowhere. Test with a decent pass. RC with a cross. It was offside. So, if it impressed you, feel free to share the video. Maybe we can all learn from it. Why not? Yeah. Well, to give some space for the counter-attack. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously. It's the same old story, this I guess, question of philosophy. Is a counter-attack easier to pull off if you have enough space to run for it? Or is it better to be closer to the goal? And people have very different opinions on that. Usually it's sitting deep and doing the counter-attack for, you know, over half of the pitch, basically. Yeah, sure. That does make sense. You use players to according to their strengths, and ideally, they all slot into your tactic pretty good, or pretty well. So that makes sense. So far, we have some control of the match. It's not great. That's also something that I thought about recently. I think attacking is a bit a bit much for us, maybe. Maybe it's better to be a little bit more patient. On the other hand, that would mean that we could probably use an extra attacking or overload tactic. But maybe I want to knock this back to positive later on. Yeah. But that's not, well, at least to me that doesn't feel like news. His Mavi is on a yellow card. Well, it's at tackle harder for him and he's rubbish at tackling, so that's on me. This is our holding player, by the way. For counter attacks too. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Okay. Sure. Maybe we should focus on that a little bit more. Test with another cross. That's nothing. Sophie not able to control the ball, sadly, due to opposition defense. Mazrin finds Carrier. Back to Mazrin. What will we do with this? Ooh, cross from deep. That goes straight to the goalkeeper. Well, if you know what the roles of the opposition are, obviously you can try to exploit that. So that's a good idea, yes. Well headed by Ismavi. That's a bit dangerous. Carrier clears. Let's go, guys. Let's not give him a chance. They should be, defensively speaking, they should be pretty weak. At least according to the scouting. I can't really see that so far. There's the first header. Was a low-grade chance, I think, but still, we shouldn't have given away that one. For example, in this situation here, I feel like there's a lot of space here. Well, it's either here or over there. But there's a ton of space there. We should probably attack that space. Now, we already do, in case of Harsey. Baru is more of a supporting winger, usually. But in this special circumstance, maybe it's a good idea to attack that space. And maybe it's a good idea to distribute your flanks anyway. And to also play down these wings. Yeah, that's one of my weaknesses too. Yeah, I agree with that. Taib, that would have been great. So, but let's try this in practice, won't we? So now I'm trying to, just due to the space on the pitch that I just saw, we will try to go down these wings. Did I shift the role? I think I did. Because I think there's counter-attacking opportunity to be had there. Of course it's a penalty. Oh, Ankun. Why? So much for the 7.0 rating of Sidil. Either you save that one, or, well, or you don't. Thanks, I don't want to see that again. Come on guys, you can do better. Once the ball is down the left here, look at the composition here. There's so much space over there. The problem is with our short passing, I don't think we get there. There's also a lot of space in the middle of the pitch due to that. Well done by Carrier. In general, I think they push up pretty high. All of them were at the midfield line right now. Test controls the ball well. That's a good pass. That's another penalty, isn't it? It is. Alright, not bad. The 4-2-3-1. And also welcome to the stream. So it's more or less a box standard 4-2-3-1 with deep lying forward and a shadow striker. Alright, that worked. I'll just show you. Give me a second. There's one. I'm not very fond of playing two wingers in this situation, but it's what we have available, and it makes some sense going down the wing, given that they play with single wingbacks. So they should be prone to facing attacking wingers. But, you know, feel free to correct me. You always can. At least Baru was able to put that penalty into the back of the net. We do not exactly have good penalty takers. So, for some reason KL Rovers left us though. Oh, Mazrin, that was interesting defending. Yeah, well, I guess the defensive midfielder, I'm okay with the role in general. We're not talking about the spot on the pitch, right? We're talking about the role here. I feel like the defensive midfielder is just like central midfielder, some sort of standard role that you can adapt however you want. And usually I go with a ball-winning midfielder because I will instruct a defensive midfielder to play like a ball-winning midfielder in the end after all. I want somebody with their qualities. So, I guess the role definition doesn't make much sense. No, it does make sense, but it doesn't make much of a difference, is what I'm going for. If you instruct a defensive midfielder to do all the stuff a ball-winning midfielder would do, well, might as well use a ball-winning midfielder. It's just easier to set up. But it doesn't make much of a difference how you do it. Oh, of course Taib takes the shot. Ankun with the cross. And another header by Sophie. This is all low-grade stuff, really. By the way, John, welcome to the stream, and what brings you to the stream in case you're willing to share? I'm pretty interested in just knowing what people do to come here. Also, let us know if you're, I don't know, if you are supporting a specific team, or where you are from, or whatever you're willing to share. Just be aware that this might end up on YouTube later. In fact, usually it does. So don't share anything you're not want to be public or anything. Ankun finds Taib, that's not bad. Baru, this is clearly not an offside. Ankun again. Goes over to Sophie. I saw that shot coming. It's not like he had much of a choice. Who will be banned? Some guy named Nizam. Okay. That's a central defender. So... yeah. True. It feels like Dortmund's shots. Colors are a bit all jumbled up. Ah, okay. So you're one of those that came over from Sealand. Alright. Sorry, this is an entirely new category these days. I'm still not sure if the video was complimentary or not. In particular the part about having a bigger head than the rest of us. Not sure if that applies. But whatever. Yeah. I hope, I guess I hope the save is fun, to watch. So this is some sort of involuntary journeyman, if that makes sense. I usually go for that. So for this year I called it Hobo to Hero, even though that title is probably, well, has been done quite a few times. I just couldn't come up with... Yeah, well, thanks for that. It's much appreciated. I'm open for discussion. I might not follow along what somebody gives as a recommendation, but usually I'm interested in what other people have to say. And well, this is one of these trashy clubs again. So don't want to insult anyone in Malaysia, but Sarawak United is definitely not the top spot to do football management. Nice carrier. Great. Oh, so this is much better. For example, we're forced to do non-contracts all the time now. We are out of money, more or less. That's not entirely true. Your favorite left back. He's a center back. At least for me, and I will keep him there. We have two center backs right now, and one of the two isn't even a center back. The rest of the playing personnel available to us is trash. Sarawak is a separate island of Malaysia. I'm not very familiar with the geography, but long story short, those at the core of Malaysia don't want to come over. They don't want to play for us. So we have more or less 40 players available to us that are not with us right now, and half of them are signed to either Kuching or the other Sarawak club. I guess our parent club or something. Our affiliate, because we share a board. The details are muddy. So it's one of these saves, just like Jidda Hogdal's IK last year, that started out as let's do unemployed and go somewhere, and for some reason I randomly picked a club that was really bad from the geography perspective. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. Also, we're bleeding money and nobody's willing to come to the stadium, as you can clearly see. This is a 40k all-seater. We have 200 people in here. Never mind, it's 59. Yeah, there's that. This is a away stadium, never mind, yes, you are correct. Still, our stadium is a 40k all-seater. And I figure none of these are away fans. Doesn't really say. Oh, this is a long message. Give me a second. Greece, alright. Okay. But that's interesting though, because at least the circumstances, how do I put this? You can make money off player sales. Now, I realize that player development is really hard in these circumstances. And, well, a stadium of 100 people is rubbish. But at one point you will probably get there. For example, if you get promoted, you might be forced to play in another stadium or something. So there's options out of that thing. It is a nice challenge though. I did something similar way back in the day off stream with a stadium of 50 people, but we extended that stadium repeatedly once the success came in. So that's not too bad. It's a 2-1, right? I hardly follow my own match. Let's go back to the review. Yeah, we're in the lead. Due to the header by carrier. Alright, so what's there to say? I never look at this. We should probably do that. I think we can retain possession a little bit more. True! That's my bad. Thank you very much, Mies, for rubbing that one in. I'm pretty happy with this overall. I think I will try to work the ball into the box a little bit more. Yeah, well, Willie's not willing to come back though, and he wanted to leave. So there's that. Hopefully that helps the entire squad here a little bit, from our perspective. They seem to be doing just fine. Look at that. There should be some possibility to go down the wing here. It's a free kick only. I thought it was another penalty. That would have been just what I expected. Yet another penalty straight at the get-go of the second half. Well done. We saved that. If I could, I would get Willie back, to be fair. But it feels like once they are gone, they don't want to come back to Sarawak anyway. I guess they moved to other parts of Malaysia and then they want to go clubbing in Kuala Lumpur or something. We want our Willie back. That's a cross. Not bad. Mazrin with a shot. So I guess the result is somewhat deserved at this point. Harsey. Will he go down the left? Yes. Somewhat. It's... Oh! Oh, test. Well, Dickie's on the bench. Ankun with a free kick. That didn't work. Baru, Taib. Ankun with a second attempt. That hits the back of the net. Nice! Though, he makes it free. Didn't really look like that at the start of the match. But at this point, we can probably go positive. Be a bit more cautious about this. And we cannot do anything else because Football Manager is interesting. And I will start time wasting too. I know there's still a little bit of time. But I just want to retain possession. Make do with what we have. If we can score a fourth, why not? But it's not the primary concern anymore. Well intercepted by Baru. And, well, knocking it back to positive should put a little bit more of an emphasis on the defensive part of the game. That makes sense in this circumstance. It's a bit lackluster though. Same as with the Dortmund games recently. We scored from set pieces here twice. So I'm not sure if I want to say that this is a good performance. In fact, we scored from set pieces 3 times, if you count the penalty. So, sure, that can be a concept, or part of the concept. But I wouldn't exactly call this good build-up play. On the other hand, we got those set pieces first, so... I don't know. Part of what we do, I guess. So now we need to see this through. We also could probably sub some people at some point, given that everybody was on the heavy match load. Here's Mavi. That's a... Oh, nice! What a pass by Test! And Sophie just slots that one away. Did you see that? I guess a creative passer up front is useful after all. Could have taken the shot himself. And he is a good shot from distance. But he saw the other man. And Sophie hits the back of the net. Nice! That's 4. Yet another one that resulted from a set piece. Oh, that's really great. quite contrary to that pass. Alright, alright, alright. First of all, we continue the theme of the praising. And then, I don't know, maybe one of you has an idea. Who needs replacement here? Ankun, that's yet another one for Sophie. I can't believe it. 5 goals in one match. I guess Saidil might make it to his 7.0 rating after all. If we continue to play like this. Just being dragged along as a goalkeeper. With a team that is in perfect form. This might have to do with dynamics actually. Team recently got a little bit truncated. So maybe we should keep the size that low after all. Like squad size. Nice exchange of passes. And Taib makes the run for it. He gets fouled though. Okay. So let's have a look. I think, given that we scored 5 goals, we can probably rotate a little bit. Due to lack of match sharpness, right? So let's do that. Jiki can play for Mazrin. We have Killeen on the bench. He's a playmaker-ish type, so let's bring him on. Suleiman is a good tackler, but that's about it. Usually he's also a playmaker-ish type, so I guess we'll bring him for Sophie. That's a bit more direct passing on top of that. He's not really a great playmaker though, but I think we'll go with it. There's no central defender on the bench. Don't know what to do about that. We can bring Amran on top of to replace Hussein, or maybe can Amran jump? Barely. But I think we'll play Amran as a central defender. I want to get that yellow card off. Ismavi is one of the most played players in the entire squad. So let's play Amran here. He is a good tackler. For some reason. So we'll do that. Amran might be a little bit confused about his position, but I'd rather play somebody out of position at a 5-1 than in any other circumstance. So why not? DK with a cross. Baru! Number 6! What the hell? I don't know what's going on there. I didn't do this. That must be related to dynamics. That or, obviously, you are welcome to call me a tactical genius, but that would be a lie. I have no idea what's going on here. I think they are in 10th spot, so not really great. Yeah, thanks, Mies. I think though, if I'm not mistaken, we played like 5 or 6 matches, so maybe 7 or 8. League table is, I guess it says something at this point, but I wouldn't want to overinterpret this. I think it has more to do with recent form and morale. Test doesn't hit the back of the net. Could have made it 7. Have a look at it. I realize, thanks. So Bukit Tambun are... Oh, number 6, never mind. So, they are not that bad, according to league table. Well, they won't be in number 6 anymore. We can just give him a nickname. Something that's appropriate for a creative striker that's actually a central midfielder. I think I had one of these half asleep. His name is Baggio. Yeah, well, part of his name is Baggio. RC just skips past his man. Wow. So timing was off there. He should have passed the ball a little bit earlier. But in general, Harsey just skipped past his man. That was really great. And I think exploiting the wings seems to do wonders for now. Killeen, Taib. Still creating chances. Relentlessly. Test. There was an option for a penetrating pass here. Might as well criticize that. Taib. Test again. Take the shot. 7. And a goal scoring debut for Test. Well, yes and no. We have this weird circumstance that there is an affiliate club, the former Sarawak club. So we are Sarawak United FC, but there's also Sarawak. And it's the whole story is some sort of management buyout thing, if I'm not mistaken. Mies researched it at some point. So we do not necessarily have a parent club, but we have a club that is different from ours, but we share the stadium and the board. Not the players though. And they tend to sign our own players without playing in the league. It's really weird. I can show you later. That said, we do not have a regular parent club, and there's none available. We tried. This is one of these circumstances where the board wants to have a parent club, actually. They just can't find anyone. Yeah, but that'll not happen anytime soon. Thanks, Mies, you are correct. I would have wanted to score an 8th. Yeah, foreigners are not allowed, that's true. But the rest of the league for some reason contains foreign players, it's really weird. Maybe I got that wrong, but I think one of our league opponents employs a Korean and a Brazilian player, and they play in the league matches, despite not being allowed in the league. I have no idea what's going on there. So there might also be an issue with the way this is set up. This is not a custom database though. This is just regular Football Manager database. It's not a club policy, no. It's a league rule. There's a league rule that says 0 foreign players allowed. And with respect to the parent club, I think it's pretty easy. The only parent club of a decent size available to us, as Sarawak United, would probably be Kuching, because Kuching is pretty close. That was a foul, damn it. Could have been number 8. We still have one option on the bench, by the way. So maybe we want to bring somebody on. Who needs sharpness? Hasnan. Taib played from the start. So I guess we'll play Hasnan as a shadow striker now. Hasnan does know how to score though. So we'll put him on short more often. And he can definitely ease off tackles given his inexistence of tackling skill. Let's be cautious about this. He's inspired by being trusted for 8 minutes with a 6 goal lead. I think we'll be okay. This is the biggest win, by the way, we ever did, I think. Overall on stream, Might even be. Not sure if we ever won that high. In a non-friendly. It's pretty big. Okay. Yet another corner. The club, I don't think the club has any policy, to be honest. The hardest thing about all of this, are you talking about theirs or ours? Like, are we talking Sarawak United, or are we talking about the opposition club? Because well, in general, players in Malaysia are pretty quick. Also, in general, they are dwarvish by nature, so jumping reach of 5 is pretty good. Similar to Indonesia, I think. They're left back. Okay. That was well done, Sideal. Well, he probably isn't interested in joining though. This Rodin guy. Nah. I'm not sure what you're going on about, but, well, the pace is acceptable, acceleration not so much, also his 34. Maybe this was ironic, and I just didn't get it. What's with him? He's pretty fast. I think, considering the level of central defenders down here, I would probably like to sign him. Not that we stand a chance of doing that. We can obviously scout him, I'll just do that. For fun. But that'll not happen. Usually, they don't want to have anything to do with us. It reminds me of Jidder Hockdals a lot. That said, with Jidder Hockdals IK, in the middle of nowhere in Sweden, at least those that were really, how do I put this? Desperate. Those with desperation were willing to come. Yeah, but quick players are a dime a dozen here. And that's also some... I guess it's a positive. But also that forms some sort of a problem. Because if you bring along a fast player, he will find a counterpower on the other side. Usually there is one. Tall players and good jumpers, strong players, really hard to come by. So, I guess I continue the theme of... fucking hell. Well, I guess that puts Ideal back to the sub 7.0 rating. Given that we wanted a 7.0 rating from him, it clearly states that he's not the goalkeeper to go for in the future. We set a target for him, so this is kind of important. But I gave him the match. He could have saved that one. He's responsible for this himself. Amran's job as a central defender doesn't seem too bad. Hasanan just runs with the ball. Okay, he took the shot. Alright. Well, 26 shots. 12 on target. 7 in. I'm most annoyed about conceding 2 goals. In particular the second one. That was really not needed. RC, there's also a wingback behind you in case you want to. Overall, I think we can still be pretty happy with the result. Yep, there we are. Alright. So... don't want to overinterpret stuff, but these 2 penalties... that was random accidents, more or less. Throughout the rest of the match, we pretty much created all the time. With, how do I put this? I guess repeatedly. There was an incremental approach to scoring more goals. So, it was mostly low-grade chances, but we put a few of them in the back of the net. In general, though, with that expected goals match story, I'm pretty happy. Like, a diagonal line most of the time, that's probably fine for us, right? This is what we're going for, more or less. And we restricted them to basically no opportunities whatsoever. So I'm happy with this. Also, we needed to win. So that's pretty good. That should cement second place for now. We are, by the way, expected to go down. So that's pretty good for now. And, well, let's have another 20 points and we're probably done. So next up is a friendly against Sarawak, not to be confused with our Sarawak United FC. This is just for sharpness and for the monies though. We were thrown out of the cup, so we might have some time now, look into player sales, well, not sales. Look into player transfers, I guess. And we might just lose the odd player here and there if I want it or not. So we need to cope with that. First of all, though, I will do my regular bathroom break now, so I will be right back. See you. Hi. So, we just devastated somebody. Great. Well, a team, not a person. Don't want to be unfriendly towards the players, right? They are human after all, at least in real life. So Mr. Velo is very disappointed. Yeah, it was a poor performance. And a gold rod. I'm not sure if Diego Baggio test had a gold rod, but sure. Why not? I guess being played as a striker might just work for him. In case we continue like this. Also, Barut scored twice. Perfect morale, obviously, sure. Sure, Nullet is also pleased. I haven't seen him in a while. I guess he was, like, this is a follower of the stream, by the way. Like, not the face, but the nickname. So, hopefully the real-life equivalent is pleased with this result too. And then there's a player of the week named Summary. That guy is on loan there. We'll scout him, just to know something about him. Recently I pumped a ton of money into the scouting. Just hoping that we find players. But we are at 41 right now, with the biggest scouting budget we ever had. And with the biggest expenses for scouting package we ever had. We include surrounding divisions. Obviously we could go all of Malaysia, but there's no difference here, as far as I'm aware. Because, well, this is all there is in Malaysia. I'm not sure, maybe national team or something. I guess... Come to think of it, there should be an under-19 team. That contains players that might not have a club. Maybe that was random right now. You know what? It's transfer window, there's nothing going on right now. We'll do something absurd. Let's offer a trial to 32 players. Nobody will come over, but maybe some of them want to play football. Might as well get our hopes up. I don't believe it, but it might happen. Alright, so in the last match, the combination of a false striker and some borderline capable shadow strikers apparently worked. So, going back to Choo Choo, if we do not lose him, and I'm hoping for we don't, I want to employ him as an inside forward in the future. So let's set that up. For now he played as an inverted winger. Being played as an inside forward, what does that mean? So shooting less often, that makes sense for him. It means he dribbles more. That's alright, his dribbling is not great, but I guess it makes sense for his role. And he will get there, given his age. He will probably develop a little bit more of a dribbling skill prior to declining altogether. Cuts inside with the ball is fine, takes more risks. That's not really good for him. He has the flair. Vision and passing is pretty bad. Cross less often, I don't really see that. Getting further forward, yeah, that makes sense. So, not really that convinced of the prospect of playing him like this. But on the other hand, it's somewhat suitable. The inverted winger in contrast, he says is said to be, you know, to cut inside and stuff. So, I don't know, I think we'll go with an inside forward, just to have a different option and a different role on the pitch for now. I think inside forwards do less defensively though, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be a problem. That said, there are two defenders out here that can cope with that. We also should come up with players that can help defend all of this. Somehow. It really doesn't matter much who they are. I just want a central defender that's capable. And well, Safri, we just lost to Sarawak, so he won't be the one. And this is one of those that is listed for loan. I don't know what makes this guy a central defender, but surely not the physical attributes. We know nobody that can do central defender. So, We might as well play somebody from the under-21s or the under-19s. Which reminds me of another thing. Let's have a look at squad registration for a second. Because this... That's just wrong. What about these two? Why are the goalkeepers not selected? Let's register them too. So that should make it much better. Now at least they can play in the under-21s, and we will do the same with the under-19s. There's a ton of players in there now that potentially can play in the under-19s. Okay. Was this the right decision? In the senior squad, there is no registration, is there? They get numbers, but that's about it. It's really weird. The under-19s and under-21s league have squad registration. I fucked it up in the last transfer window, didn't do it, and apparently you don't get a mail or something. Like, that or I ignored it. So, half of the under-19s and half of the under-21s didn't play any competitive football recently. I'm quite fond of the fact that there is competitive football after all, even if it's just the youth leagues. Also, Mbappé won the Golden Boot. Well, great. "40 males. Oh, that's due to the trials. Yeah, everybody rejects us, thank you. Oh, that's new. Can somebody please help me cry? We did offer a contract to Ismavi, as well as we could. This is one of our two central defenders. He's gone now. And we will not get him back, because they signed him on a real contract. At Perak, which play in the Liga Super, so one league above. It's not like we will stand a chance getting him back anyway. Yeah, not cool. We will just play somebody from Kuching, apparently. At least that replaces the right winger that we just lost, Chaya Selan. But we need central defenders. And we can't really pay them due to board contract restrictions. We have the money in the bank, play in Sarawak all the time, that's 10k every single time. So we try to exploit that as hard as possible. But I don't know where to get a central defender from. Yeah, don't care. This guy's an inside forward. So we now have the option to play all the way through the middle, I guess. Not really a good crosser. The rest of his attributes might be lackluster here and there too. He's pretty fast though. Medical report says be happy that it's not your own player, but overall I think we're okay with this. And he's one of the better ones overall in the league. So that's all fine. This is not. I guess we need to play a youth player. Anyone's got any ideas where to get a central defender from? So we do have 2 central defenders available that would be willing to come in from Kuching. A 20-year-old that can barely run. That doesn't work. It's very simple. They are not interested in a transfer because they will leave their part of Malaysia. I should probably... Should probably show a map at some point. Alright. So, Sarawak United FC is located in Kuching. And Kuching is part of I guess, the eastern part of Malaysia. I might put a picture on the Discord. So, whoever plays in the western part of Malaysia has no idea coming towards Sarawak. So it's not really an option. They don't care. And I'll put a picture on the Discord. So you can see it there in case you're over there. Yeah, so that doesn't really work. Basically every league opponent is ruled out. Because the remainder of the league is on the western island of Malaysia. The part containing Kuala Lumpur. So they don't want to come over. They want to enjoy the city nightlife there. And that's about it. So not a chance to sign any of those. That said, it's not true the other way. Everybody wants to leave Sarawak and go towards Kuala Lumpur and associates. So, you know, we bleed players, we just don't get them back. The best I can think of right now is playing a youth player. Or getting those guys from Kuching. I mean, he's apparently a slightly bit better. He doesn't know how to jump or anything, but I'd rather have a rubbish central defender than none at all. That said, he is a fairly inconsistent player. Ismail will leave at the end of his contract. He's very inconsistent though. Don't want to do that. Our under-19 squad contains... this one. Fairly inconsistent. Fairly sporting. Seems to fit the rest of the squad, apparently. Not really a big fan, but being exposed to first-team football, who knows what happens to him. He's unambitious. I'd rather not promote him to the senior squad. So, I guess the question is, do we want to play a 17-year-old? It's not like we have a choice. We need somebody up there. And at least he's Malaysian. So he can play there. He was born in Kuala Lumpur, by the way. Just to put that out there. So I guess he's one of the desperate ones that came over. I'm not sure why that is. I'll promote him to the senior squad. And to be honest, a bunch of his attributes are more or less fine. Positioning is pretty bad. But the rest of it we can somewhat live with, right? The strength and jumping reach we can't. He's 1 meter 68 though. best central defender ever. So we'll try to get some jumping out of him and some strength. I'm not sure if this will work. There is a mentoring group that is rubbish anyway. The central defenders group's great. Let's put the 17-year-old in there. And then we just need somebody else. Well, I guess somebody can fake being a central defender for a while. Everybody's balanced anyway. I don't know about good personalities in here, so we'll disassemble that group. No professionalism on Hasnan yet. Sad. Okay, team cohesion apparently improved, but I thought it was better prior to the match. Not sure. Might have to do with promoting that youth player. I hate myself for doing this. These, in theory, they might overtake us. In practice, that will probably not happen given our goal difference. Okay. Let's see where this goes. We should probably also focus on other positions. Or maybe just get some playing material in that is incapable of playing central defense, but whatever. We'll play one as a central defender anyway. We have 1.5 weeks. This all is good. That's fine too. And the under 19 didn't play well. Two to 4 against Rimon Crocs United FC. Is this a friendly? This is not, is it? What kind of match was this? Well, hardly matters. So, a 19-year-old centre-back here rejected us too. Doesn't want to come over. Not sure. Did we play Malacca recently? No. We played Bukit Tambun. Anyway, not interested. Let's go to the director of football for a second. I don't think he knows about anyone. But nope. He knows about absolutely nobody. And, well, his skill's pretty good, actually. For the level of stuff that we have around here. So, if he doesn't know anyone, probably nobody does. We're lost. I will throw all of these out. What's with Sideel's promise? That's the wrong menu. I think he's still devastated or something, isn't he? Where's happiness? Okay, so they are happy with their training. This Fazal guy is pretty unhappy with his playing time. We'll probably play him at some point. Given that the rest of them are happy, we might as well play Fazal at some point here. Why not? Give him some time in the friendly. Give him some time for the next league match. He is pretty old though, isn't he? Yeah. But still, he's considered to be a pretty good playmaker and a consistent one. So we might lose Ankun, and nobody seems to be interested in Facile, signing him. So it might be a good idea to look at the replacement sooner rather than later. And he might be the replacement that we need, because, well, Ankun might leave. I don't expect him to stick around. And the other ones are lone players, so hopefully we can give reasonable contracts at some point in the future, given the amount of money that we make. We're definitely going for money making now, just in hopes that we can give more than a non-contract in the future. Also, for some reason, the board member, I guess the president of the club, thinks we are entirely out of money, and we will be bankrupt in like 3 months. I don't know where this is coming from, but I guess he follows the projection. Which, to be fair, is negative, projection in general. But on the other hand, this projection does not include our friendlies. And, well, so it does not include like 90% of our income. We might just need to leave at some point, really. The club, that is. What do we do with this? Armed Forces want us to sell Thomas. So we have replacements for Thomas. That said, we played him more or less the entire time, and, well, he's a meme. So, not sure what we will do with that. Let him leave for free? Force him to stay? Are you being serious? You are not, right? You're just trying to mock me right now. How do I deserve this? At least he would be reunited with Willy, given that Willy is at Armed Forces. So I will decline this. I will reject his offer, and then he will be unhappy. Usually I want to go for a deal, but for €0, nah. That said, he has half a year of his contract left, and afterward he's gone. So, I don't know. Maybe get the season through, and if we cannot offer real contracts at the end of the season for 2 players at Sarawak United, I have a hard time figuring out why we would want to stay here, or how we would resolve the matter. Like, as soon as we can pay them €6 a week and can actually do make some money on their contracts, I'm pretty happy with the situation. But like this, it's just rolling a rock uphill all the time. Yeah, it doesn't matter much to me. I guess I want him to be played, just to get some sharpness into him. Same as Roslan. Who the hell is Atan? Oh, Atan is our new inverted winger. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's play him too. So, we play him as an inside forward, I guess? Why not? Shooting less often and taking... No. This is wrong. This is better. Does he know how to shoot? No. So let's not do that. Okay. And Rachili could probably make an appearance. Given that Rachili is I think we train him as an advanced forward these days, right? So let him play like this. Yeah. About the rest, I don't care much. I think the rest can be decided by Chernald, our assistant manager. It's really just about not hurting anyone, getting some sharpness into the players, and, well, getting 10k into the bank. It's been a while since I looked at given new contracts, so maybe we are able to give different contracts these days, and I'm complaining about stuff that doesn't exist anymore. That's sad. I do not consider that to be likely. So, any thoughts on your side about how to continue this stuff? How to deal with squad management, how to get a central defender? Anything? Anyone's got any useful ideas? With the club or with the players? Because the players for sure don't stick with us. In general, though, I agree with you. I'm not one to leave clubs all of a sudden. Yeah, sure. As I said, usually I tend to stick with players. That's it. Or with the club. Maybe not with the players. I'm usually one for a deal. Wow. I think better is still part of this, though. Once there's some money in the bank and it stays there, and projections aren't negative anymore, just look at that wage budget. We have a ton of wage budget, we just can't spend it. Can we? Not really. Can I force the board to restrict the wage budget? That might sound really bad. There is no money to be had in the cup. We defeated, well, there is money to be had in the final. There is prize money in the final. There is no cup run that gives money here. And also, nobody cares about the cup apparently. So, hate to do this to you, but the idea is nice. But in the end, we made more money with a single friendly against our local rival, which is just another instance of our own club. Like there's 10,000 euros each and every single time we played a friendly. We have like 200 people in our stadium for a cup competition match. And we played Johor DT, which is basically, as far as I'm aware, this is the Malaysian PSG. So, like, there's a ton of money there. There's just nobody coming. Nobody wants to visit Eastern Malaysia. They don't want to come here. Nobody wants to visit Kuching either. So, they don't care. They won't come over. And as a result, we don't make money on any of this. So we are really just basically on the... Well, either... Yeah, something like that. And we defeated them in the cup, by the way. Which was absurd. There you go. So, we defeated them 3-1. Which I did not expect. Hell, we even got TV money. 1.2k. And that's it. Afterwards, Kuala Lumpur came to visit us and we defeated them too. But in the quarterfinal versus Pahang, we were finally thrown out. So, we defeated 2 out of 3 First League teams. I would argue they played really bad. It's not like we did anything in particular really good. So I'm not sure what was going on there. It happened. And well, same as the 7-1. I'm not sure if this is down to skill. But there is the problem that I cannot really see this going anywhere as long as we don't we're not able to nail the players to this club. We need to make sure they stay here. And we can't. Fine. That's not bad. So I guess the question is, can we spend the money in another way that helps us? And now I'm going into the absurd hopes territory, but potentially we could try to do youth spending. So we cannot keep the players here, but we have between 16 and maybe 17 and a half until they are poached by other clubs. So we could spend it all on youth development, try to find players there, because at least as long as they have youth contracts, they are under contract. And other clubs might not be aware of them just yet. Does this make sense? Probably doesn't. That, or we wait until we can give them real contracts. Rosalind wanted to be scout, right? Yeah. He wanted a real contract actually, because we can give decent part-time contracts to our staff members. He wanted 110 euros per week though, so I told him to shove it somewhere. He wants a non-playing role only at this point. That's sad. We have 2 out of 3 scouts right now. No transfer coming in for a scout, so I guess we could use a scout. We do have Dicky as a replacement for Roslan, so we do not necessarily need him. Not very convinced of that decision. That would be at the end of his playing career, though. Can we tell him to be emergency backup as well as having a scouting role, maybe? Yeah, but he still wants 110 euros all of a sudden. That's due to having a scouting role. And I don't want to pay that. So it's the same here. Same as last time when we did that. Oh, the doorbell just rang. Give me a second. BRB. Alright. Wrong. Here we go. Apparently somebody else takes care of the stuff. So, what we will do with this? Well, the loanees will remain here for sure. Same as those that are still under contract, so we are set for the remainder of the season, I guess. There's no use in delaying this, I think. Just try to go through the rest of the season, and afterwards we will see if we can give real contracts in the future. Might happen, might not. As long as we don't pay them, though. People like him, for example, we could actually try to sign. Now, I realize he's an inconsistent performer. But let's try that for a second. So much for that. It's been a while since I saw this message. Thank you very much. That feels really, really not good. Let's try to extend Carrier's contract if we can. Yeah. Not a chance here either. We could try to increase the wage budget. For no reason whatsoever. Or tell them to improve youth recruitment. Junior coaching. I want to go professional. Let's go professional. That'll probably not happen. But, you know, might be. So being a professional club, maybe we would not be able to give non-contracts anymore. Basically gaming the system. And I guess we do have some money. Yes, the two that are on trial with us right now. Those with 3 points of jumping reach. That's exactly why I invited them. Because in the end we will probably... Yeah, I know. We will probably need to sign these guys on loan. And in fact, one of the two wants to leave. So he might be a permanent signing. He's also trash. But I guess that's what we're going for here. Listing Muhammad for loan seems like a reasonable idea. We probably won't play him. Mokhtar retired, if I'm not mistaken. He was 40 after all. Obviously Sarawak is also an idea. We lost Safri to Sarawak, so there's some merit to that. Maybe he wants to come back prior to playing for them, you know. Which will not happen anyway, other than playing the friendly. But is there anyone that would be willing to maybe sign Mokhtar? What happens if you put a player on the loan list that has a staff role? It doesn't matter, I don't want to do that anyway. It's fun. Either they are extremely interested, but we do not have the money, because these contracts are not available anymore, or they don't want anything to do with us. So it's between the two extremes. There's nothing in between those. It's either no interest at all or very interested. He's in the senior squad, isn't he? Yeah. We'll throw him out of here. So the ones in the under 21s here, the ones that you consider to be great, I guess that's what we're going for. We also have a central defender here named Rahman, who is unambitious. I don't want to have him here. So I'd rather take those. I thought about that too. But I think Sophie... Oh, he's a good jumper. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. Then this basically puts a problem in defensive midfield. So obviously we can do that. Let's try to train him as a central defender, why not? So assuming we play Sophie as a central defender, and well, Carrier is under heavy match load, so let's do it like this. Hopefully he doesn't hurt himself. Well, maybe not this friendly, but in the future. Assuming this happens, we lost Ismavi, so we do not have a defensive midfielder anymore. So I guess Sulaiman will need to do it after all. We might play him as a defensive midfielder that does more direct passing though. So say we train Sulaiman to be defensive midfielder all of a sudden. Because, you know, it's not like we have a choice. And then we tell him to do more direct passing and, well, I guess strength training it is. Go lift. This is endurance. Go lift. Because this is what's needed. He's 1 meter 67, by the way. So we put him in here. Tell him to be defensive midfielder with more direct passing. He can probably take more passing risks too. His flair's 5. I don't know. Let's not do anything in particular. And how's his tackling? His tackling is pretty good. So we can tell him to tackle more. At least. So that's half the way towards ball winning midfielder, basically. Might work, might not. Who knows? And Sophie playing central defender. I guess, yeah. I still think we need one of the two. I hate to do it, but we need one of the two. And being forced to do that decision. This one's physicals are really, really bad. Same as the bunch of ones and all of that, but at least he has positioning. The other one, on the other hand, might be fast, but he has 3 points of jumping reach. This is all so horrible. I think we'll probably need both. Just for fun. We could actually sign this guy at the end of his contract. So that would work. Or right now. I have an idea. How about this? So this is a player that would be willing to come over for a contract. We can buy him immediately. They probably won't want the fee. Or they do. But according to my experience, sometimes it works with the selling team wage contribution. Or maybe not. Come on. Just something. Give me €9 a week. They hate me for it. We'll do the same with Edward. Yeah, they want money for him. Okay. So, I won't do that. I see. Fuck off. Definitely not. But there is the option to sign Cushing players on a permanent basis. Permanent. In like non-contract focused. And maybe get some players from there. That's all I can think of right now. That said, they do not have central defenders. And if they do, we might not be aware of them. He's Japanese, can't play for us. Sure. Okay. Well, the ones listed for loan might still be interesting, right? So let's get a team report. Yeah, later. Not right now. And Cushing don't really care about losing players on trials, it feels. They care about not getting money for the players, which makes sense. he doesn't want to come. We'll also scout the youth teams for good measure, because why not? Are there any other clubs close? Like, okay, Sarawak is. We do not seem to have other rivals that are close, right? They drew. Great. No, I don't care about the report. Give me... At Sarawak. There we go, this is what I'm going for. This is really absurd, but Sabah, okay. Well, that doesn't help. Kuching is a local rival, and Kuching's rivals are Sarawak as well as Sarawak United. Wow. Also, Sabah. So, given that Sabah is apparently a bit closer, let's have a look where this is. I see. So, Sabah Football Club is way to the east. It's basically, it's not at the eastern end, but northeastern part of Malaysia. So, that's ways away. But it is on the same part of Malaysia at least. Maybe they have loanees that would be willing to come over. We're gonna try to be creative with that. Maybe we can figure something out. Not sure. Feels like Jeder Hogdal's transfer business on steroids. Scouts. Sure, we could use one. There's Mokhtar. There you go. He wants to work as a scout these days. Is any of you remotely capable of doing some scouting? No? That's bad. I guess, given that he loves me. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks for reminding me, really. So, we'll try Mokhtar. 430 euros we want. I don't want to do this, I might as well use the other one. What was his name? Amran? No, Amran is the director of football. Roslan is the one that wants to be scout. So, might as well use him. His scouting skill is way better and he wanted 110. So, we can use him instead. He wasn't the one that came with scouting knowledge in Serbia, or it wasn't Serbia. It was Slovakia or something. It doesn't help much anyway. Maybe, just maybe, our scouting department comes up with some loan options though. So in the end, we will be a squad consisting entirely of lone players. Oh, he gained some determination and now he's balanced. Fuck. Yeah, he lost his professionalism. Well, some of it. He also lost being... Is it just me? He was fairly inconsistent, right? I wouldn't say he's useless, but... He was fairly inconsistent, wasn't he? That's gone. Or do I confuse this with somebody else? Also, he gained some anticipation and off-the-ball movement, so that's not bad. At least his specific focus seems to work. He could become much better than Carrier. Thank you very much for that statement. Sure. Baru's form deserves recognition, as he says. Well, maybe this is what we need to go for after all. You know what? What's with the... By the way, what's with the request? Professional status is still pending. Pending. They reflect on it. Yeah, well, depends a little bit. If there's some development in him, why not? For Malaysian level, I guess the jumping reach and strength are on par with the rest of the league. Tackling's good. His technique is fine, not that it matters much. The mentals do not have a big gap. That's definitely a plus. The positioning is a bit off. So it is strength and afterwards it is positioning and marking. That's not horrible. So maybe the star rating isn't appropriate. If we compare this to Carrier though, yeah, Carrier is a beast defending at least. Carrier does come with 3 points of anticipation, sadly. I don't know. Maybe a 17-year-old is the way to go. So if the stuff with the professional status doesn't work, I will try to spend the money somewhere else. In youth recruitment. For Ismail. Oh, this is what we were going for. Yeah. So, let me buy him for free, please. They don't want to. So we'll check this. Well, given all of this stuff, let me compare him to Saleh for a second. Look at this. The one we would loan in is way worse than what we have. As a 17-year-old from the youth. And this is a player that we poached just because he was available. We just wanted to sign anyone at all. So, do we want to deal with the 20-year-old trash from Cushing? Or shall we go for a few more 16-year-olds? It might be in this specific circumstance only, but can't we just sign all the 16-year-olds and give them some playing time? What the hell is this? Is there a menu up there? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, FM. There's a menu up here. So there's also these players here, for example. None of these are central defenders, but might as well get them in on trial. They are all D-rated, but what do I care? Well, given the fact that the rest play for Cushing or for any of the other clubs anyway, you know what? Come over. In case somebody is interested in signing for us, we just sign everyone. At least then we have some flexibility of playing somebody. It would show up. Okay. We believe we can still achieve fame as a semi-professional side. People love to root for the underdog. I think we need better players. We are left behind by our rivals, in specifically Kuching and Sarawak. Well, we are doing well enough, that's true. Alright. So, no professional status. Few trial offers have been rejected. Quite a lot, actually. That said, at least a bunch of 16-year-olds are willing to come in. So we can do this. And in fact, Safri is willing to come back. Oh, we could do something really stupid. No, he's on a non-contract. Okay, I thought to myself, maybe we can, if they gave him a serious contract, we might loan him in. So that's some sort of reverse psychology trick, though. Then we would be able to keep him here on loan whilst being signed to the other Sarawak club, so then nobody else can come and sign him. That's, you know, but whatever. So, we have to live within our means. Our means are at 87k right now. And as long as we play Sarawak repeatedly, we'll be fine. So I guess what I'm going for now is a board request. Where the hell is it? I will request an improvement in junior coaching so that the quality of the junior coaching is better, as well as an improvement in youth recruitment. This takes a while, but hopes are they grant one of the two, or even better, both. And this is approximately the level I expected of all of these players, yes. Wow. Well, I won't beg, but Mr. Safri, by the way, Safri would be willing to come back. Sure. That would have been the shortest episode ever with a club. But what do I care? So we can bring Safri back, maybe. Not a great option, but it's something. And considering the shortlists, as I said, it would pop up. But looking at the shortlist right now, none of these is interested. I think we offered a trial to some of them at some point. In fact, let's just do that. You know, guys, you can play football for us. But it feels like none of these is interested in us. Our youth intake is excellent, apparently. Golden generation, we have a striker. Well, we have a good forward, wingbacks. Okay. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to come. Thanks for considering, I guess. Well, we could start stockpiling piling players in the under-21s and then the under-19s. For now. In particular this guy. But I think there's others. Just give them non-contracts for nothing. So at least we signed everyone. And we won't lose them to other clubs. Well, we will lose them to other clubs repeatedly, but At least they would be around our club for now. There are players that might have some potential in there. Leaving on a free transfer. Boom. Pushing. Okay. So, given that he's interested, we might just sign him. I really don't care much about the playing skill right now. So say he's youngster at the end of his contract. And we just pay him nothing. That would be fine with him. So we basically take the trash from Cushing. And there's some potential in there at least. Alright. That was too much. Get another left wing back. Sure. Maybe this is the way how we ended up with a bunch of poachers that were pretty substandard. Just another financial circumstances, I guess. Can also move up Suhardi at some point. Just feels so. It feels like this is not a puzzle anymore. This is utter chaos. I'll grab something to eat. So it feels like this is all over the place at this point, and we are not in control of what we do. At least to me. I just feel like there's not an option to cope with certain things, and we should probably do a squad planning assessment overall. So maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll grab some food from the kitchen. That might take a minute or two. Give me exactly that, and then we'll continue doing this. Alright. I have minor food. Piece of self-baked bread with cheese and a sausage. So, pretty German, I guess. Self-baked bread is a big overstatement, though. There's this kind of, I don't know, packaged recipe. You basically toss in water and put it in the oven, and that's it. So, I guess Ideal is still the first choice. Given that there is this promise going on, giving him playing time and stuff. Who knows? He might lose his fairly inconsistent performances after all. For this season, though, I'm not thinking about getting promoted or Champions League or whatever. I'm thinking about getting the position covered at all, so that's good. We have goalkeepers. 3. We might not need the 24-year-old. Salahin, he never played for us. He's no good. I think first and foremost, we just have him in the squad that somebody is around in case we have injuries. So there's that. Right back position is covered by Hussein. He is pretty good. We pay him. Somewhat. His biggest weakness is the fact that he cannot dribble. So this sits him pretty well. No dribbling, crossing from deep, this all seems fine. Central defense, we play with Carrier. And I guess with Saleh going forward if nobody else is coming around. It's just the way it is. That's not great, but whatever. It's what we have. Left back position, Mazrin will not leave, at least not for the season. So we have him. That's fine. He's considered to be a consistent performer on top of that. In defensive midfield, we just lost our last option, more or less. That said, Sophie does not need to train for central defender. We'll just play him there in case it's needed. So we stick with Sophie as a ball-winning midfielder. And in case somebody else needs to come on, Suleiman is the one to go for. He does train to be a defensive midfielder these days, so that's a thing. We have a ton of players that can do the playmaker duties. For now. Given his unhappiness with being, treated like somebody that doesn't play in the club, I think we'll play Faisal in the next match, just so squad dynamics do not go down the drain. Where the hell is it? He's content, but he's concerned about his playing time. So, given that he's an influential player due to his age, I guess, maybe also leadership and so on, maybe we should play him. Ankun will leave at the end of the season anyway. I cannot see us keeping hold of Ankun. Like, nobody's interested for some reason, but he's pretty great. In attacking midfield, we have this guy and 2 replacements. In Thomas as well as Taib. But he seems to be fairly consistent. And next match is a league match, so might use him there. Then up front, I'm willing to do the experiment with Baggio. Oh, I thought Baggio retired. Chuchu as an inside forward on the left. As well as, well, I guess Baru, first and foremost on the right, but there's Mohammad available. He might leave though, at the end of the season. We also have Atan. So we will face a 4-4-2. Given that it is a 4-4-2, we might as well go with 2 inside forwards and play Atan. So there's that. And starting from that perspective, I think we will just go and play whatever's available on the bench. So if there's no central defender, somebody needs to slot in. Whatever. And to be honest, the ones that are under contract, they will leave at the end of the season anyway. We will lose basically everyone. So we need to make do with what we can. Just use all the trash available to us. At least that's the best I can think of right now. Also, this bread is pretty damn delicious. Definitely recommend. Assuming it stays that way next season. So we would repeatedly try to sign the better players of Kuching on loan, basically making up 50% of our squad, and to slot some sort of mix between old players that nobody wants anymore, or youngsters that nobody cares about because they have no skill, into our own team. That's basically the concept that we're going for. The thing is, I don't really see a way out of that. So, even if we do really well, financially, hell, we might get, well, getting promoted, probably not. But I can't see us getting promoted with that kind of setup, or going anywhere. It's just barely keeping the club alive. A good youth intake could help. So, assuming we stick with the club, maybe we should focus on youth development and hope that that helps. The club did grant us the possibility to do additional coaching most of the time, so that's a plus. I guess we can play Saleh, right? He needs to be sharp. Let him play in the next match. Yeah, it's a week off. Okay, we have enough youth players, it says. The financial position of the club is projected to deteriorate. Well, whose fault is that? It's projected to deteriorate. To be fair, they injected cash into the club recently. So they expect cash injections to be a thing all the time, and they don't want to spend money on for the club that they don't have, or that isn't used in a reasonable manner. So basically, we need to show them that money spent for the club is money well spent, or money spent within the club is money well spent. Our promises are no good to them. And as long-term servants to the club, we will probably have a higher success rate with that. Yes, hello? Here we go. Report on Cushing. Wow. They are 12th in the league too. So. Tiki is expected to remain. Ruslan is expected to retire. So I guess my question is, do we play Ruslan as a second left back, or do we play Dicky? If we look at Ruslan's performances on the pitch, they were not good. Might as well play Dicky. So I'll take our director of football to the under-21s now. To help with squad cohesion, actually. We probably use all of those. Mohammad will not get used. That said, he is one of those that I consider to be surplus that is fine in the senior squad. As long as he starts to train well. Thomas, Harsi, Tayyip. Rachili and Hasnan are... Well, we don't have any other strikers. And assuming this experiment goes wrong, we might just need him. So that's fine with me. How many people is this? So this is 12. $25 people in the squad. Could be a bit smaller, but 25 is not horrible. It clearly contains too many midfielders and attacking midfielders and not enough central defenders. But assuming we lose half of the lone players next season anyway, might lose an attacking midfielder or two. This squad will sort itself out at the end of the season, I think. So it's not like we need to get rid of somebody immediately. We could. But whom would we sell? We could let Taib leave, but that sets us up for the risk that somebody poaches one of our attacking midfielders. So not a good idea. We could sell Thomas to armed forces after all. So then we'll lose one of our trains, I guess. That would still set us up with two attacking midfielders. That said, we know that Thomas's personality is not the worst, and he lost his bad consistency, so he might just be somewhat reliable in the end these days. Jaron Nollett completed his coaching qualifications. Congratulations, Jaron Nollett. That's good. Let's have a look at him again. So, I agree. This is probably not worth considering. In particular, though, due to this. I could deal with the attributes if there was a tolerable personality as well as some sort of consistency, but there isn't. Edward. Well, Edward. There's also no notion of consistency here, and the attributes are lackluster too. He is a bit faster. No jumping whatsoever, though, on him. I don't think we're gonna do that. Great. So apparently, Kalatan United FC. Where is this? We should get team reports to of all of them to find out if there's lone players. I know this is really shocking, but maybe I should have come up with that idea earlier. Maybe there's potential loanees within the league. Who knows? I wouldn't know because we never really scouted the entirety of the league. And there might just be more than Cushing close to us, and I'm not aware. So let's try to find this out. Who knows? Maybe it's a case of combining lone players from different clubs all over Malaysia after all. I don't think it is, but maybe I'm wrong. Happy to be proven wrong. So let's scout them all and see where this brings where this goes. Who knows? We might find a central defender. That's unsurprising. 0-3. 25 trials finishing. That should be basically the entirety of the under 21s. We do get a youth intake in September that might be somewhat acceptable. And we just lost third spot. That said, we have a game in hand now, compared to Saints. So we might make it to 20 after all. KL Rovers are dominating the lead now though. Sure, I also wanted to change tactics a little bit, come to think of it. I want to do positive here. Instead. I am fine with the rest, I think. Maybe the tempo is a little bit high. So this relies on technical attributes, right? How is our technique? First touch is pretty great on Chuchu. It's a tolerable on test. His first touch is inexistent. Atan's first touch is fine. Basail, first touch is pretty great. Sophie's first touch, well, tolerable. And in defense, obviously first touch is not a primary requirement. But overall, the technical skill of the squad as well as the mental skill is not that high. On the other hand, we're trying to move the ball around more quickly. Trying to unsettle the opposition, I guess, a little bit. So maybe we'll keep it at that. In case you're still listening right now, Mies, do you have an opinion on what's better to retain possession? Is it slower passing or faster passing? Like higher tempo or lower tempo? What's better to retain possession? You gotta be kidding me. Safri wants to come back. Well, I don't care. Cool. Welcome back, Safri. He made it to 10 days with Sarawak. So, doesn't need to change the stadium though. A decrease in tempo. Alright. But let's do this another way. So, an increase in tempo needs players, particularly in midfield and in attack, that have good work rate, good intelligence, good mobility, good off-the-ball movement, and good control. Always relative to the remainder of the league, I guess. So let's have a look at it. His mentals are pretty bad. It's not pretty bad, but it's not great. Mobility is good. Off-the-ball movement is okay-ish. First touch and technique are not great. On the other hand, lower tempo for him makes no sense from the perspective of work rate. He does have good work rate and, well, also stamina. Anticipation, decisions, flair, teamwork, and vision. Anticipation is 6. Decisions is 9. Teamwork is 6, which is not great. Flair and vision. Flair doesn't exist really. It's 5. And vision is 13. He's pretty good with that. Physicals I just noted. Balance is a bit off, but the rest is okay. Off the ball movement is fine. First touch and technique are pretty bad on his behalf. So for him, lower tempo would be a good idea. For a player like Test, he's fine either way, I guess. But I guess for normal tempo, that would be fine for him. Chuchu, on the other hand, Chuchu has flair, Chuchu has the physicals, Chuchu has the mentals, Chuchu doesn't have the passing ability. But it's not about the passing. The increase in tempo is about, I guess, receiving the ball on the fly. So, in his case, a higher tempo makes sense. In Atan's case, higher tempo makes sense too. Same, and this is okay too. We do not care that much about the defenders and the tempo. So slightly higher tempo is still a good idea, I think. And I will remain there. Now, there's still a learning to be had here, I think. Lower tempo should be considered in case our players have really bad first touch. And maybe low physical attributes. Say we have a very old striker or a very old composition of players that are in technical decline and in physical decline, but are very good mentally, then a lower tempo might be a good idea. Because they will still know where to move if we give them the time, and they will be pretty fast with deciding what's needed. So maybe that's not bad. We will sign him later on, that is, for nothing. So then we can play 11 left backs all of a sudden. Same with that guy, this is also a left back, right? Yep. Also not getting paid. But this implies that we can sign Cushing's players if they are trash. The trash of Cushing is basically our treasure. Still wrong recommendation in here. A poacher. That is on loan from Cushing. And he is not interested in a transfer, so I'm not sure why this is coming up here. Let's edit this. Oh, okay. Now we have a few more options. And a few of them are even interested in a loan. Wow. For example, Abdullah here. And to be honest, I have no idea why this guy didn't come up recently. But I guess this is definitely... This is what I'm going for now. Sure, he's missing some stuff. But... that's better than what we have for sure. And we can play him as a central defender, so... Would you be willing to come in? Sure you would. We'll make you a squad player with no specific instruction where to play you. You can play against Cushing, won't happen. The loan cannot be terminated. Yes, we will be able to terminate that loan. That's good. We are just pushing you in the end. So maybe we shouldn't have more than 5 players for each season. Overall. Maybe we should just save the money. Have no non-contracts either. Just play Cushing's youth team. There's no limit to the loan players. We can rely on trialists. So we can build a core squad of maybe 2 or 3 players that remain with the club. And the rest of them can be Cushing's youth. And that should amplify money in the club by a lot. Given that we still have our rivals in Sarawak. So maybe that helps. It's basically an informal way to say we are affiliated with Cushing after all. Okay, whilst this is progressing, I want to do another bathroom break. BRB. Alright. Hi. So, nobody's injured anymore. These 2 trials finished. I guess it would be an option if we were very desperate. Don't think we are though. Not anymore. we might become desperate again in the future. In general, though, knowing about all of Cushing's youth players seems reasonable. That's a good idea. So, going back to this. What's the scouting department doing right now? There are some team report priorities coming in. Yes. We requested a team report, it's true. On the top of them. Scouting priorities contain a ton of players from Cushing. And this crap, these are players on the short list. No. These are players from the international team that are unwilling to come to our club anyway. Is there any interest by him? We don't know. Most likely not, though. You know what? I'll cancel all of this. It doesn't help. Not at all. We are still missing that one scout, though. And we recently realized that 110 is probably a good offer if we can get him for 90 or something. So, who was the right back? Was this Amran? I always confused this. Amran is the one. No, it was Roslan. Roslan was the one that was willing to work for us. Here he is. He was willing to work for us as sort of a scout. And his scouting knowledge, well, his playability and potential judging is still better than what we have on the free market. And it's also cheaper, given that they want 130. So, he probably won't play for us anymore, as long as Dickey remains healthy. But you might as well do this right now. So we're going with emergency backup right now. Immediate. And we'll try to give him this role as a player and a scout. Not sure if I want him around for mentoring or as an emergency backup. Would be an idea, though, to extend his contract for 2 years. That said, he wants to retire anyway. So let's reduce this to a reasonable amount. Say, I don't know, 70. He probably won't agree to that. This will not happen anyway. Doesn't matter much. He can keep it. That's probably so this would be the most expensive scout that we have. Still way better than paying 130. Shall we gamble for 80? It's a long-term thing. I'm trying to gamble for 80. Not sure if it's a good idea. Yeah, that's too low. So for next time we know we need to do at least 85. Dickey is pleased with the training rating, apparently. 6.75. No, that's not what we're looking for, Dickey. Any potential loan targets will be shown in the scouting center. There's... Oh, okay. So, we knew about this guy. We did make a transfer offer. This is a very consistent goalkeeper that I would be very interested for next season, actually. We will be missing a goalkeeper next season. So we could wrap this up right now. Having a consistent goalkeeper available to us that, well, from the skill set side, this is acceptable for the level we play in, right? This is not horrible. If we compare this to our current goalkeeper, who the hell is our current goalkeeper? Mod Ariz is the old one. Ideal is the one that plays. So, in particular in the one-on-ones department, obviously, Naravi is way better. Ideal is also on a non-contract, so whatever promise we gave him, we do not need to keep. Doesn't matter much, as far as I'm aware. And the rest of it is basically the same. There's the odd attribute here and there that's different. Naravi doesn't tend to rush out that much. So we could get him on loan, but really I don't care about the loan. I care about the permanent transfer. He's slightly interested, so we might do that for next season. And yes, I will be very happy to have him as a backup at the end of his time with Cushing. Even for that money. That said, he will probably sign for free. It's promising, okay. So he might need some money. Yeah. Can we get this done like this? Perfect. Ooh. Alright. He insists on 20 euros. That's a really low grade payment though. I'm okay with that. So, doesn't help for this season. Might help for the next. With the striker, I'm not that sure what to do with him. He's a decent poacher, maybe. Might also become a decent advanced forward at some point. But he's not good enough, I think. Fairly consistent there. So, to the shortlist he goes. At least that's somebody that would be interested. This guy, not interested in a permanent transfer. It might change. I like this part, the consistency in the big matches enjoyment. But I also like the long shots. Oh, that's a former player of ours, I recall. Yeah. So what would I do with him? I probably would try to make him some sort of defensive player, more or less. Not sure if that's a good idea. We might also play him as, say, a central midfielder on attack or something, with Salah. Maybe just some sort of holding role in midfield. There's definitely worse players out there. So he'll stay on the shortlist. And with him, same as the other guy, this is a striker that isn't interested in signing for us anymore. So I don't know why he's on this list at all. Having all of these players on the short list that are absolutely unwilling to sign for us anyway does not feel like it makes much sense. This is the released players list. This is a default short list. It's better. Oh. Hi, Mickey William, welcome back to the stream. There's a 36-year-old who would be willing to sign for us. Not sure what to make of that. He wants to be director of football, maybe. He's with Sarawak right now, also on a non-contract, so that's an option. Good first touch in passing. That's just another playmaker option, isn't it? So, just to get you up to speed, Mickey Billion, we lost most of our central defenders. Brought one back, brought a youth player in, found somebody at Cushing, and basically it's a mess. So I'm looking on a more persistent basis, I guess. I'm looking for a concept. And I think the concept is we will go for transfers from Cushing, because that's the only players that are interested in playing along these, in this geographic region. As well as old players, basically from Sarawak. Because nobody else is interested, it seems. He has a pulled groin crate. So, if we look at the general scouting center, at the players in range, we are at 36 now. There's less and less players interested in signing for us at all. That or our knowledge is in decline. I don't know. Probably both. Oh yeah, Willie's on the short list, that makes sense. But this guy's not horrible. Sure, he's 36, but reminds me of Chuchu a little bit, just in attacking midfield. And we could use a captain and a good leader. He has good work rate and leadership, so there's that. That could certainly help. And, well, we will lose Thomas, I think. And I expect Taib, or whatever he's called, Taib, to go too. So, will he continue playing in the future, I guess, the question. You know what, we'll try this. He's very interested. So, say he's French player, why not? That's not horrible. We can probably do this. Let's start out with nothing. Reasonable start, he says. Okay, so we offer him, I don't know, 25 euros. Okay. Let's make it 45 then. Something like this. That's fine. Always wanted to sign 36-year-olds. He's way past his peak, probably. He does have good passing, though. Oh. That's good. So the long shots aren't that impressive. In general, his overall technique is fine. Finishing isn't bad. I think we can use him as an attacking midfielder. It's a way different approach to what I had in mind, though. But whatever. That could be an approach that emphasizes on the high tempo game. This is great. So, I think Mohammad is a good player, but we were prone to losing him anyway, and we need to think short term. I cannot think long term anymore. I think I will sell Mohammad to Sarawak. Hopefully Sarawak give him a real contract. Most likely though he will be on a non-contract, so we can get him back later if we want to, or we can't. I don't know yet. But the fact that Atan as well as Baru are available right now, both are loanies, both are better than Mohammad. And well, Mohammad is on 180 euros still. So we don't play him and he's overpaid. Now, granted, we could play him, but I think it's better if we just sell him now, given that we just received an offer for him. He wants to leave anyway. Well, leave. He will be around. That guy on cam? Oh, central attacking midfield. I was like, there's a separate cam. On camera it's me, you know? The guy in central attacking midfield, let's look at the transfers window. It's Modfoson Zulkifli, a 36-year-old that formerly played for Sarawak apparently, and Sarawak United. And it seems like he's willing to come back. He's very interested in coming back. I think I might just go with a creative role in attacking midfield. One of those weird roles that I never use. I don't know. Is it Enganche? How's it pronounced? Maybe one of these two. We need to figure that out. But he's more akin to a playmaker these days. I think. Given the technical skills and the mental awareness, anticipation is pretty bad though. But he seems like somebody that can score as well as create chances. That's pretty rare for us. Also, he has leadership and work rate. Teamwork is 8, so that's a bit lackluster. But overall, I think this is good. And I think Mohammad can be sold. Any of you got an opinion on selling Mohammad or not? Don't want to have a second Willy attempt occurrence. So, what do you guys make of that? We would most likely lose him at the end of the season anyway. So it's only a question of if we need him for the season, at least for me. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I thought he was a great prospect for the future, due to the jumping reach and stuff. There was a concept that worked. So there's that. But my biggest concern is we cannot keep hold of him. So I'd rather cash in on the saved wages. I don't want to overemphasize money. At this point, money doesn't help us anyway. Like, we have 80k or 75k in the bank and nobody gives a fuck. Just because the board thinks finances are destined to deteriorate. So the only thing we can do is reduce spending. So maybe they will reconsider at some point. And to be fair, once recurring costs are so low that the board realizes that there's no money that is spent, but we get whatever comes in on a regular league match with 50 people in there, maybe at that point they will realize that we are in a positive cash flow and we will finally be able to offer contracts and stuff. I don't know if that will happen though. This board seems to be overly conservative. So that means in the medium term, I will keep hold of those players that we absolutely need, like Carrier. and I will let go players that we do not need. That might also involve, for example, Ankun. I don't want to sell him, but if somebody comes in and offers for him, he'll be gone at the end of the season and we have enough playmakers. I guess I'm opening up for a debate to sell Ankun. Just because there's other players available that can do playmaker duties. He did play most of the time though, and I'm pretty happy with his performances. So, in his case, I guess I'm willing to stick with it. Thomas was on the brink of being sold anyway. We can still try to shill Thomas to armed forces. Like, I don't want to, but it's the same for the strikers, by the way. I do not know if we find a replacement for them, but they still earn money. The rest of the squad barely earns any money anymore. How's the wage budget these days? Our current wage budget is using 2k. So selling Mohammad basically is 10% of our wage budget. And this is all non-contracts. We need to renegotiate this stuff. We need to get rid of the overpaid players. So maybe once the wage budget hits 1,000 or something, maybe at that point the board will realize that we basically have the wages covered, play in 1 or 2 friendlies a season. Maybe that's a thing. There's also this this permanent recurring expense that is probably the 40k all-seater that we play in for no reason whatsoever. We should tell them to build a new stadium and sell the old one. Not that anyone wants this stadium. So most likely somebody built that stadium at some point in expectation of big football. I don't know, might be international matches or something. And now we are stuck with a stadium that nobody cares about. That's so stupid. Maybe there's an international match in this stadium once in a while. Also, it is inhabited by 2 football clubs. Sarawak as well as Sarawak United FC. Congratulations. Might just be Cushing playing it after all. I don't think so, Dan. So, how was your day, Make a Billion? Enlighten me with something, I don't know, something positive? Something less depressing than the circumstances of this club, please. Boring. Okay. Is boring a positive or a negative? Oh, it's Wednesday, it's not a weekend. Sorry, I'm on vacation. Obviously, you had to work. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. I see. I'm sorry. I thought to myself, so he spent his Saturday or Sunday with boring stuff? I'm really sorry. Well, this actually happened. Well, in my defense, I'm one not to take my vacation days, right? So I get used to it pretty easily, though. I guess how do I put this? Well, we have something similar. Otherwise, they get thrown away. So it's like you need to take your vacation days, or at least you need to take them. I think next year. Usually until March, but in my case, I have a bit longer. But if you don't, they are forfeit. And if you forfeit your vacation days, well, that's just you know? Okay. Okay. Well, there's people that do not want to go on vacation. but I guess it's weird. Um, I'm one of those people that likes to save on the vacation days in case I need them at one point. Okay. Yeah, it's not that way in Germany. I think it's a good policy though, overall. Um, it seems to be a thing, not only for me. Yeah, but I know a lot of people that save their vacation days until there's like they're full of it, and in December they're like, okay, I guess I need to take the vacation days from last year. Given that they will be forfeit if I don't take them, might as well take them all at the end of November and December, and then they're gone. Just because otherwise they would throw them away. So I'm prone to that behavior too, myself. So let me just put it that way. It was quite a struggle to take those 2 weeks that I have right now. Yeah. Overtime is it is not liked by my employer either. But I know the feeling. Um I never sat on a few hundred days, but I know the feeling of having some overtime. I usually get that too. It's just if there's stuff to be done, I do it. And well, if I do stuff, I want to get paid. So I guess I do the overtime, but I clock it, of course. Uh, a bit. I don't know about the Swedish ones. Yay! We get a 36-year-old with groin problems. We signed him as a French player, so that's a scouting report for Sabah. We were waiting for this one. Any potential loan targets will be shown, and there are no loan targets, are there? Nope. So Sabah is on the same island. This is still close to Sarawak, as close to Sarawak as it gets. Lol. Needs to start well to win over the fans haven't played for rival Sarawak. Sure. Sure. He is considered to be a playmaker though. Could also play him as a shadow striker, why not? Oh, he has no dribbling whatsoever. That's not good. Is there some sort of attacking playmaker role that does not contain dribbling? Because that will not happen anytime soon. Let's see. No, there isn't. There is always some dribbling involved, apparently. So that's a major weakness on him. Also, composure and anticipation are 5 only. I didn't see that. We could try to retain him as a striker. Mies will hang me up somewhere to dry. But I will be hanged and bled out. We could try to retrain a 36-year-old as a striker. He has pretty good stats for a deep lying forward. Holy shit. That or... well, he can play a pass. And his mentals are prone to improve. He has flair. So in my defense, he could also be some sort of midfielder. That will happen pretty soon, though, by itself. I actually think it's either attacking midfield, like this, but most likely we will he will decline physically. So we'll use him as some sort of shadow striker replacement or something for this season. And next season we might do deep lying playmaker with him. Because the mentals they are destined to go up just by physical decline. So this stuff, he might keep his first touch, passing, and technique. Not the dribbling though, and well, he might keep the dribbling too. But he's one to play a pass. He's one to receive the ball, and I guess with high tempo too. So that's not bad. We can use him like that. Courier's training is just great. I don't know where this is coming from, but sure. Well done, Mr. Courier. Hopefully we will not lose him at the end of the season. That's sad. That's very likely. And apparently he needs to improve his quickness, it says. I think he needs to improve his strength. Come to think of it. Is there any improvement in strength? His anticipation is also absurdly bad. His strength did improve a little bit. Same as, believe it or not, his jumping reach. So I guess we focus on that. It's his lowest attribute after all. We'll do strength. He trains well, so maybe there's a result there. Helene's development is also encouraging. He is accomplished these days, so that's good. I want to compare him to Ankun for a second. In his role as a playmaker, Kilian's balance is rubbish. Doesn't matter much, both of them are pretty bad. The vision by Ankun is much better. Kilian's isn't. Kilian is technically, I wouldn't say more gifted. Overall, this is pretty much a wash. So he's not as good as Ankun yet. What's with Taib? Trains well in his role as a shadow striker because apparently we have an abundance? Abundance is the word I'm looking for. Of attacking midfielders. Sir Hardy still trains well for no reason whatsoever. Okay. As does Ritzal. By the way, I registered the under-19s and under-21 squad. So they can play football in the league matches now. There might just be some development in our youth teams in the end. Probably like this. Don't want to praise him too much. Can we do more than Poacher with this guy? I mean, he has 6 points of jumping range, so that's a positive. 1m69 though. I think the best we can do is Poacher with him. Let's keep him like that. There's an Iskander guy here. He's an even better jumper. 1 point of strength now. We'll keep him on Poacher too. And Hamdan, I think Hamdan was the one that didn't develop being a shadow striker by himself because there was no match experience on him. So this goalkeeper we will sign for next season. I think he's pretty encouraging. He's considered to be a consistent performer, so that's good. And the communication is shit, same as the positioning. I don't care about the throwing, but the rest of it is fine. And he's 22. So I'm not planning long term, just planning on using him for at least half a season next season. I want to have a consistent goalkeeper next season. And Saidil can go wherever he wants. I have had enough of inconsistent goalkeepers with one major big detriment. The 5 points of communication is still better than 1 point of reflexes. At biggest weakness. Or as a biggest weakness. There we go. And now we have an away match waiting for us. The top clash in Saturday's league. Okay. I guess top clash it is. Where's the happiness screen? So we need to play Facile. He's concerned right now. Need to give him playing time. Will also put Safri to the first team, given his 10-day excursion to the other Sarawak club. We will forgive him, and he can be in this team. Amran, just because we need somebody as a defender. Dicky, just because he needs somebody on the other wing. This guy, because I didn't sign him for nothing, I guess. Muhammad can go. Oh, he's tired. So let's not play him right now. In particular, not today. We could bring Thomas, he trains pretty well. And we just decided not to sell him to armed forces previously. So there's that. Taib does well on the other hand too, so still wanted by armed forces. He's not ours. Sadly. Ankun or Killeen as a playmaker-ish option. Now, for now, it's still more likely that Ankun will... I guess I could scout my own player, sure. To find out if he is willing to stay with us long term. We'll bring along Ankun. He might stick with the club afterwards. Sulaiman for a more defensive option. So I guess Baru. And then we bring Harsi or we bring a striker. Well, if we need a striker, we might as well play Choo Choo there. So, whatever. This attacking formation is no longer attacking. We went positive with that. And now we're trying to get some ball control, I guess. So, yeah. I asked this previously. Mika Billion, do you have an opinion on having possession of the ball and how to achieve that in a team like this? Would a lower passing maybe be a good idea? Or how do we get the players to retain possession more? Because we're usually in the 50% area and I don't like that. I'm not a big proponent on possession in general, but I think defensively speaking we need it. It's a friendly. Do we have anyone that is not picked in the first team? Yeah, he can play. That's tomorrow. 45 minutes in one match. Let's not play Mohammad. Don't care about the other ones. Ideal does player as a goalkeeper right now. Amran is on the bench. He's on the pitch. He can play. He will play. Atan is on the pitch. Safri is on the bench if I'm not mistaken. Kalim can play. Rachidi can play. And Salihin can play too. Let's give all of them 45 minutes. Maybe it helps. Due to poor results, we are given one place for the group stage of the Champions League, one place for the playoff, and for the Asian. There's an Asian Cup. 2 places apparently. All right. The UEFA Champions League has been expanded. I don't care. This is Champions League, Europa League, and Europa Conference League. Okay. That's all good and stuff, but it doesn't concern us. I guess I would be pretty interested in playing the conference if we were in Europe with some sort of low-grade club. But we would need to get promoted to the first league first. Usually I don't start there. Okay. Apparently we scouted there on the 21 department too. No recommendations for lone players. Nobody's interested, it seems. So, what's coming up here? Let's see. Alright. It says here they are pretty good. We are pretty good too. You just don't know it yet. Fun part, we have good tacklers in central defense. How are their central defenders? 3 points of jumping reach. 1 point of jumping reach. There's one that has decent jumping reach, same as him. So we will cross aim center. in this occasion, I think. For a target forward that does not exist, but we have Test. Test has 8 points of jumping reach, so that's still better than what they have. We will target for Test here. Baggio. Diego Baggio Test. These do not have... Oh, he dictates tempo. So he determines himself if more direct passing is needed. I think he has crossing instructions, doesn't he? Yes. So we'll use him too. Now we can also float the crosses. That's in here. Here. Alright. Any other stuff? Opposition instructions, I guess. So last time out, I barely put him under any opposition instructions. And that worked pretty well. So maybe it's a good idea to follow a similar approach here. Well, his 5 points of passing are probably not worth marking tightly. Because he doesn't play right now, it's not against Ankun. It's the other player is concerned, and I expect Ankun to be not to be sold. I expect Ankun to leave at the end of the season, and I want to retain the other player. So wherever it was, Ankun's on the bench, but Fasail is an older player that is concerned that he doesn't get playing time. So I want to give him some time on the pitch. And maybe it works. Then he can play moving forward. And if it doesn't, well, then at least he got his playing time. So that's what's happening. We'll also play Sadail once more, just due to the promise. I want to give him time on the pitch, and if it doesn't work out, at least he's responsible himself. This is an away match, nobody believes in us. At least Sophie was somewhat nervous. There's a bunch of new players. By the way, you didn't ask for what did Thomas do, but we'll have Zul Kifli with us too. Well, hopefully we will have a result like the last one. Preferably with 2 goals conceded less. But on the scoring end, I'm pretty happy with what we had last time. What is their squad? Our squad is the one with the grey kids in the red pants. Not to be confused with the ones with the red kids and the black pants. Great. First shot of the game for them. I'm not so sure about the attacking width. But it feels like we should go through the middle of the pitch here. We do have good players there. Mazarin. Is our defense available at all? Apparently, yes. Okay, that was offside. Alright. It's ideal. With but that's not even a kick. Mod Hussein finds Sophie immediately. That's not bad. Silkithly Atan. Mod Hussein with a cross from Deek straight towards Test, who is a bad header. But at least the floated cross seemed to work here. And the central defenders didn't really stand a chance there. So that concept might work. Chuchu wins the header. Sophie, that was Chuchu again. Fasail. No long ball this time. Zulkifli. Sophie, Fasail, Test, Chuchu. Shot by Chuchu that got blocked. So I like the combination. That's claimed by the keeper, sadly. Amirudin. Well done, Courier. Goes into left back position. Now he's missing. That's a good save. By Sideal. Doesn't matter though, it was offside. Oh, we played a youth player. I forgot about that. Saleh's on the pitch. That shot was a bit misplaced given the opportunity. We got lucky. Mazarin and Fasail exchange passes, and that's just for the keeper again. Mazarin. Fasail. That's fine. Test. That's fine too. Finds Atan out on the wing. Should cut back inside, he doesn't. Mod Hussein, that'll be a cross, won't it? Nope. Fasail, oh what a pass! And what an interception. That was pretty good. What a tackle they had there. The combination though was really great. I very much enjoyed that. That went well. Well done, Sadail. It was a good chance though. Test with the defending and Mod Hussein heads it out. They do get too many chances for my taste. Like these. Whoa, that hit the frame. Whew. We could go defensive. Mod Hussein finds Atan on the wing. Ooh, Atan with a nice pass from Mod Hussein. Zulkifli, test. Come on, Baccio, test. It was a long shot. Not too bad. Long ball, that's intercepted. Sadly, we do not retain possession. Yes, we do. Carrier. For Fasail again. Carrier. Sophie. Sophie finds Test. He's unlikely to lose the ball. Sophie. Fasail. Atan. Test. Nice combination. Really nice combination. That's in the back of the net. Goal scoring debut for Mr. Zulkifli, if I pronounced that correctly. Nice. Well, it was well tackled, but in the end he was through on his own, and with that pace, I'm more interested in how he managed to pull off that finish, really. So that was good. That deflects off Mr. Mazrin. Ideal is on more than his 7.0 rating that was targeted. So, that's good. And I think, given that we are up by 1 goal, I will praise him now. Yeah, everybody seems to be happy. It's an away match after all. Choo-choo, come on, run. That's even better. Oh, the pass was lackluster. Damn it. In the future, hopefully Choo-choo will be able to play a pass at one point. That's bad. Well done, Saidil. There seems to be a real issue there, though. Saleh is just too slow? Carrier isn't much faster. We'll stick with it for the next 15 minutes. Hopefully we don't concede from that. And for the second half we can take off Saleh and play Anudin or whatever he's called. Safri, yeah. Close. We can play Safri for the second half there. You would think I would know my player names at one point. Not bad. So Kifli doesn't find a passing option and doesn't get past his man, sadly. That's well intercepted. Test. Sophie. Choo-choo. Long ball maybe? No? Oh. What a waste of a pass. Well done, Choo-choo. Got it back. Sophie. Zulkifli. Etten. That is definitely through the middle of the pitch. At least it was until he went down the wing. Atan. Not bad. Test. Oh, fuck. So close. It is a corner now. Mazrin takes the corner. Sophie. And that's an offside position. By Baggio test. Well done by Chuchu. Mazrin retains possession. Saleh, Mazrin again. Sophie. Zulkifli. There's a giant... Look at this. There's a giant hole here. Baggio is running straight into it. Hasn't been seen though. Artan. Never mind. He hit the post! That's what you get from playing a striker with 3 points of finishing, I guess. I would argue we had at least similar chances at this point. Of course, we can see the corner. Not sure if that was needed. That's another corner, conceded by Kyria. We have another shot. Let's praise him once more. Performance in the first half was more or less fine. I don't really like the defensive stuff. That's mostly down to Saleh, I think. And Zaidil's performance is pretty great. Gotta give him that. He saved a few more or less certain ones. Another corner. Can we get this result over the finish line? Well, the halftime finish line, I guess. Mod Hussein intercepts. Nice. Baggio test with another free kick for Sophie. Wasn't too bad. I'm liking it overall. I'm not so fond of the performance of Chuchu, and I think these two could probably do better too. In fact, a bunch of them. Okay, at least Chuchu is motivated and inspired. The rest, not so much. Let's see where this goes. Also, well, Fazail is on a 7.0 rating right now. That's not that impressive, but given that he is not sharp at all, that this is his first match for the club after being concerned, it's not bad. Speaking of Fazail, just retains possession, that's fine. We have a free kick taken by Mod Hussein. Carrier, I forgot to replace the youngster, by the way. Central defender test. Strays away from everyone. Nice. Carrier, Hussein again. Fazail. Fazail for Atan. Will he cut inside? Yep. Oh! Oh my god, Zulkifli. That could have been a goal. How much space do you need? Mod Hussein is on a yellow now. So, we do have replacement for a right back on the bench, I think. Would be an idea to bring him on. Let's tell him to ease off tackles for now. Hope that he makes it for another 5 to 10 minutes. Then we'll bring on a replacement that is not that good. Not someone... Doesn't get blocked. It's Amirudin with the cross though. Oh, carrier. Amirudin. Same. Carrier clears. Mazrin. Abdullah, that's one for us ideal. It was an important save. It felt like that was one he could have catched. On the other hand, I'm pretty happy that it didn't hit the back of the net, so... Well done. That's not bad. No counter-attacking opportunity though. We're still under a lot of pressure. So let's brace him once more. That said, we have 57% possession. So I'm not sure where all this pressure is coming from. I guess from the remaining 43%. So Ideal claims the ball. Good performance overall from the keeper. I'm really happy. He should have played like this for the entire season. And given that we're a minute at 56, we will replace Motocine now. Choo-choo! How? Choo-choo. How? Okay, so it's Amran on the right. He is a pretty good tackler at least. So we'll go with hard tackles going forward. He doesn't know how to cross, he doesn't know how to dribble. So that's true for most of them. Who else could make an appearance? Atan has a good game, Choo-choo doesn't. Say we bring Choo-choo on the pitch. Oh no, we take Choo-choo off the pitch. I think we'll give him another 10 minutes. Just want to get rid of the yellow card. That's dangerous. There's a giant gap there. Akbar, exactly this gap. That I didn't expect though. Well done by Ideal. He's coping for whatever there is in mistakes in defense today. Hopefully they do not manage to beat him today. Alright, that went well. That's recovered by Mazrin. He's way out of position, by the way. Here, Atan. It was a nice pass. Should have chosen the flat variation of it, though. Zai loses the ball. We probably... Oh no. Saved by Ideal. What a save. Alright. Welcome back, Mickey Billion. Welcome back. Oh, I think we'll bring Anku on. Cosile gave this game what he had. Ankun deserves to be on the pitch most of the time. And I also want to bring on the other central defender, Safri. Or Saleh. Saleh had some time on the pitch now. Let's take him off. Hopefully it gets a bit better from this day on. Not sure. Chuchu's on a 6.3 rating now. I think it's Harsey time. Hopefully. I'll also take off playing through the middle. Let's have a look at your position for a second. Their right defender. It's pretty fast. A good tackler. His positioning is pretty bad though. So seen from that perspective, maybe going down the left despite facing a 4-4-2. With RC, who is pretty fresh. He's not that fast. Still, maybe that's a good idea. We need that result intact. And, well, to be frank, if not for a side deal, we would have lost that game by now. Straightforward, just conceded 5 goals or something. Hopefully that will persist for the remainder of the match. Well, as long as we face that finishing, we are okay. It's also a few minutes left. Ankun, Test, Atan. Amran. Don't do anything stupid. Ankun, Atan again. Nice combination. Zulkifli. Test. Sophie. Down the right, maybe? Nope. Not this time. The winger was missing on his wing, though. Carrier, that's no good. Straight to the opposition. Would you be so kind to close him down? No? Abdullah, and that deflects off the defender. Mazarin in this case. You know you guys can do better. Mazarin. Oh, no, this is theirs. Damn it. What the hell is he doing? Harsey's running somewhere. Amran with a throw in. What the hell, Amran? They have so many chances. We'll try to waste a little bit of time and I will take this off immediately. This doesn't work. We had way more chances created going through the middle. And against a 4-4-2 this does make sense. Sophie... Come on, Ankun, close him down. He doesn't. That is dangerous too. Why lower tempo? The narrower I can see, why lower tempo? We're talking about attacking width. So... that still has some impact on the defensive stuff. Defending narrower, I would very much like to do, but I just can't get my wrap my head around cross engagement. I guess that would say invite crosses, right? Yeah, but fast passing isn't the problem, isn't it? Is it? I guess we could have. It might make us prone to losing the ball, so let's go standard maybe. We're not that, I'm not sure. I think this depends. It depends on the technical capabilities of the players. I looked that up previously. So, as long as they are capable of playing the ball all the time and have good work rate, the higher tempo might actually be better suited. Well, in the later stages of the match, you might be right. So let's go with lower tempo. The problem is, I'll do standard. The problem is, the low concentration is also true for being aware of the opponent and losing the ball with a lower tempo due to not passing it at all. So I'm not so sure about that. I'll also, I don't know, work ball into the box is probably overdoing it. And this will, I would say, invite crosses, but the guys out here, them being a bit narrower, that would result in them heading the ball out more often. Neither Masren nor the other guy Amran are pretty good. Yes, but not making a decision is also a decision. So it's not as easy as it sounds, I think. If they retain the ball and are unable to retain the ball because they are not strong and so on and so forth, in the end it's a bad decision too. Despite not involving any decision making at all. That was a low-grade chance. If he had scored that one though, wow. Arcee finds Test. Zulkifli, come on. Arcee. How about you run with it? No? He just goes outside, okay. Here's a cross. That'll be a corner maybe? It will be a corner. Let's see. We still have one player available. Sophie's damn tired. We'll bring on Suleiman immediately. Who knows? Maybe he'll play a good ball in the end. Arcee takes the corner. That's not good. Safri misses the header. Ankun misses the opportunity to intercept. Once. And twice. Well intercepted. Zulkifli will remain on the pitch for 90 minutes. To be fair, he scored that goal. That's about it though. Mazarin. There is an opportunity to pass. Arcee. Oh. Yet another long shot. Looking at the expected goals, this is, I wouldn't say entirely undeserved, but it's pretty lucky. And in this situation, for example, he didn't part with the ball. Got lucky here. Really, if not for Saidil, we wouldn't have won this match. It's not sure yet. Might still end up as a draw. Ankun with another free kick. Test doesn't pick up the ball. Hatan. Mazrin. Takes his time. Suleiman does the same. And loses the ball. Holy shit. Don't let him cross. He does cross. Safri is there to intercept. Abdullah, second attempt. Don't do anything stupid. Harsi. Zulkifli. Test. Good ball. Suleiman. Oh, that was close. Harsi. And Mazrin. Suleiman again. Harsi again. There's a cross that ends nowhere. 40 seconds. Don't you tell me they score now. Wow. Just wow. We did not deserve to win this match. Not at all. Holy shit. That is entirely down to Saidil though. Now he looked to switch off. Why? An 8.5 rating. Can't we praise our own players? However you do it, it's wrong. Still retaining second spot. What a great performance overall. And Mohammad's gone, so we save 180. Wage budget says 2k per week. Yeah, oof. It did work though, so. We will play KL Rovers next, so that'll be even harder. We can debate about what is to be considered rotation now. So Mohammad's gone. Made a few appearances for us, but we have a good replacement with Mr. Atan. And he did make an appearance recently, so we'll probably go back to players that are more used to playing in their respective positions in the future. Maybe not him, though. That worked pretty well. Well, depends on what we face, right? So, next time, though, we will play number 1 in the league. So this will be a top... hopefully a top billing, but as well also a top match. Where was I? I wanted to look into finances. Yeah. So now we're at 1843. So that'll probably drop another few hundred once the season ends. And hopefully that will convince the board that we can actually give the players contracts. I don't know if it will though. Who knows? For now, I have the limited pleasure of going shopping for groceries. So there's that. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you all maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Probably pretty soon. If we don't hear and see each other again prior to Christmas, have a good Christmas. And I will see you soon. Bye.